Oh boy.
Oh, it's just some camera stuff. It's nothing
What are we good?
unusual. Hi, everybody.
David, what are we gonna do tonight? The same thing we do every D&D stream, Pat. Fix all the goddamn cameras.
The cameras.
I was gonna say for you, make Mark facepalm.
Nah,
Tends to be one of your missions.
nah.
Happens. We'll just fix everything here. Well, we're just going to get right into it. I'm not going to do any announcements tonight. Bun, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and your character?
Okie dokes. Hello, viewers at home. I am Benjamin, and I play as the divination wizard known as Archie, the spawn of nightmares and darkness, and a little bit of spider here and there. They escape the Underdark, seeking the meaning of their own dreams, and to warn those of the waking world of the eternal night that encroaches upon them. The weave dances between all the stars on this earth, and the stars grow dimmer and dimmer. Archie sees that hopes and dreams are the only thing that pushes back that darkness, and dreams we shall leave. Scarlet?
So I'm Scarlet, and I play the changeling warlock Lark Vertigris, Warlock 11, Fighter 1, who's a little less ready than usual to serve her home city of Ravenreach, and is the impromptu co-leader of the Beacon Hill Danse Macabre team. Lark is the pragmatic, logic-minded, and immaculately trained daughter of renowned fencing instructor Letitia Verdigris, as well as the changeling Lumiere, former servant to a certain Fey Queen of the Winter Court. Until last night, Lark was bound to the same Fey Queen, but has instead chosen to wholly serve her team and her city with the Ravenblade as her patron. She is unraveling her newest powers with the help of fierce pseudo-dragon Piosa, who has the markings of a lark and the instincts of a magpie, provided, of course, he continues to stick around.
My name is Pat. I'm playing Father John Anders, the Fighter 1 Arcana Cleric 10. I've already given so much. 'Tis but a pity I only have my life to give. John Anders is the recently integrated member of the Beacon Hill team of the Danse Macabre. Though he apprentices as a blacksmith, John found a home in the Church of Thormodon after his parents' untimely deaths. With the loss of his family, his friends, and his parish, John seeks to see his flock reunited, to see their prayers answered, and to see justice brought to those who have sinned against them. Vulgar and vice-ridden, he is a good man who has found himself in an impossible situation. With Thormodon's tempering, Father Anders hopes to shepherd the wayward Danse Macabre in this hour of darkness. And to our newest member, David.
Hi, I'm David. I'm going to be filling in for Maximilian because Johnny hurt himself in an unfortunate plate mail accident. Just kidding, of course.
That was in no way caused by Archie. I totally didn't get the measurements wrong.
A new character, Carson Clayguard, is a half-elf blood hunter, Order of the Ghost Slayer. Exposed to the darkness that lurks in the quiet corners of the world at an early age, Carson refused to accept the placating lies that people told him, and stubbornly dedicated himself to staring down the horrors, tracking them to their lairs and ridding the world of their evil presence. Or, failing that, to at least learn the methods so that others in the dance might do so. It has been almost 10 years since he was last in the city, and he returns bearing a power that some might consider profane. But his purpose remains clear.
I am the Mark Knight. I'm your dungeon master this evening, and it's been a week since I played D&D. It's really weird.
This might be the latest starting game you've ever run.
It is
starting at fucking 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock Eastern. Yeah, start time. Late game. Starting late. And, yeah. Again.
Good things come to those who wait, right?
Yep. It's been a fucking week since I've played D&D. Holy shit. And lo and behold, I am about as prepared as I usually was when I was running 6 games a week. Oh my god, so much withdrawal. You have no idea, Mike. When we last left Danse, they had confronted once more their the enemy that has plagued them since the inauguration of the Beacon Hill team, one Alina Norloff down in the depths of the Underdark, within the city, that the Matron of Eyes, a creature of power and influence that not even Archie, who was birthed by her, truly understands. Having marched into the web of deception and danger that was wrought by both Archie's mother and their recurring enemy, they found themselves pinned down and in grave danger. Not quite sure if they would make it out or through the siblings, Archie's siblings, which swarmed the city. Except for a timely intervention by Orad and his servant Riltar. They were able to confront Alina and the dark dreams that were prepared for them by the matron, and succeed in the day to some degree. They rescued their taken allies. They raided the belongings of their foe, and they returned home to Tyminster Court, to the city of Ravenreach, where they did their best to recover that night. The next morning, after Archie, you dreamed of the demise of the vampiress at the hands of your mother. You awoke to find a letter upon your sill declaring in your mother's hand that Alina would no longer trouble you, and tucked away inside was the vampiress's wedding ring. Spending some time contemplating that, you then reached out to John and asked if he would meet you in the training hall in the depths of Tyminster Court in order to discuss some new uses for your hands and your needles that may be beneficial to the Beacon Hill team as a whole, considering the dangers that you were put in down in the depths of the Underdark. And so we find ourselves in the training halls the following morning. Archie and John meeting early in the morning, before the trainees have wandered in to the space to prepare for their daily activity. Perhaps a few stragglers are starting to, or a few of the earlier risers are starting to make their way into the room, trickling in one at a time. But for now, the two of you have been discussing Archie's new training regiment.
Well, before people start showing up for morning training, John is going to begin. I want to clarify something. I imagine that the training room is kind of like a gymnasium where it's kind of like an open space with some like padded mats where people could practice like simple throws, things like that. It's kind of like a wrestling room or something like that.
Yeah.
For lack of a better way to put it.
Yes, a little. There are mats like that in certain corners of the room. There's also, I don't know if you've ever seen a fencing practice
Like
of
a
any kind.
like, it's like a yeah. They have like a yeah.
They
I
have
know what
long
you're saying.
runners, right? They have
Yeah.
these long runners. So there are several of those in the room.
John has curiously began moving large furniture and other obstacles and impediments into the room, as well as things that could be easily picked up and thrown, and all manner of strange objects that one could seek cover behind, as well as use to disable a foe. And as the trainees walk into the room, I am sure they are looking curiously at what the hell is going on in this room.
Your DM is also looking curiously at what the hell is going on in this room.
Bookshelves, sofas, overturned tables, anything that could simulate terrain.
Not the
Walls.
expensive ones, I hope.
And as the trainees filter into the room and they stand before him, John kind of nervously looks at Lumiere, who has shown up. Thankfully, not disguised as John, for a change. And says, "Students, today we're here to try something different. Although Lady Verdigris is an astounded fencer and perhaps one of the greatest of her generation, you have been learning to fence, not to fight. We're going to start with a couple basic exercises, and we're going to try something a little different today. Can I have any of you who are capable of casting spells on that side of the room? And any of you who cannot on that one, please."
Well, no, those who have an interest and feel less confident in their physical abilities can
Sure.
come with me as well.
Sure. I need to give an important lesson first, Archie.
Very well, yeah. Okay.
And everyone should hear this. As you all well know, the things that we fight in the dark are not brutes. They are horrors, nightmares, and creatures that crawl in the dark places. May I have a volunteer, please? Angelica, you would be wonderful for this.
She nods and steps forward.
Angelica, I know that you are a wizard. Please do not stop me from doing this. If I were fighting her, the easiest way to disable her is not to fight her. She has taken Lady Verdigris's lessons extremely well. However, John's head snaps towards Angelica as he barks the command, "Kneel!" and casts the command spell upon her. I need her to make a wisdom saving throw.
No. She's 6th level now. She casts Counterspell.
That's what I asked her not to do.
Oh, you asked her not to do that. You did.
Correct.
I'm
I
so
asked
sorry.
her not to counterspell.
Okay,
Yes.
I will make her have. You go ahead and have her make the wisdom save. You have access to. Her
I
character sheet.
don't have access to her character sheet right now. I don't have it up.
Okay,
But
that's fine. I'll do it.
there is a high, unless she rolls like a 19 or a 20, she's going to fail.
I'm so
Her
sorry.
Her modifier is +0.
Her modifier is not +0 because she is a wizard.
Oh, she's a wizard. Never mind. I would have picked somebody that I could cast command on to demonstrate this point. It could be Lumiere, who will not be proficient in wisdom saving throws. The point is, I want to demonstrate that mental fortitude
Sure.
is an important characteristic to have in a fight.
Yes.
Lumiere would be a suitable replacement.
Sure, I'll do Lumiere. That makes sense.
He just rolls with a flat 0.
He does. He rolls a 5. Lumiere,
Lumiere.
immediately kneels.
He, Lumiere, though a quite capable combatant, is not mentally prepared to deal with a spellcaster. And I suspect that a great many of you in this room are not prepared to fight a spellcaster. Like vampires. Or the other things that crawl in the night that can take over your minds. I apologize, Lumiere. Thank you for being a great assistant.
He stands up and nods.
It would do us well to spend time training mental fortitude as well as skill with a blade. Similarly, Angelica, you are a quite capable fighter, yes?
I consider myself so. If I'm taking Lady Locke's lessons well.
Perhaps you could elucidate to the rest of the room your favorite, most basic of spells, and how they aid you in combat. Perhaps 2 or 3 of them.
My most basic spells?
Yes.
Well, for attacks, there's the ones you and Maximilian have taught me.
Yes.
They
They are mere parlor tricks, though. I mean, actual spells.
Well, I consider one of my most important spells to be the shielding spell.
Wonderful. And why is this useful?
I can't keep fighting if I'm dead.
Correct.
As interesting as it may be to be dead, it certainly would not serve the purposes of the dance any further.
Wonderful. Do you have any others that you like of the same equivalency?
Well, similarly, John, Father John, the absorb element spell is of keen importance. Shielding doesn't really help with things like getting blasted with a fireball, for example. But absorb elements would certainly help, and if you are for those of us who are keen with a blade, we can channel that energy through our weapons. So it has a twofold effect.
Those are both the answers that I was looking for. You are as sharp as you keep your blades.
I consider myself to be taught well. Fine teachers.
Now, students, if each spellcaster would please pair off with one of your more martial components and find another set of students, I would like you to begin practicing these spells at 1/4 speed. Once you are finished training or working on these spells, we will begin to move to actual combat tactics. You can see that I have placed a strange assortment of objects in this room. Angelica, you are also a wizard who is capable of casting, from stopping magics from taking effect, yes?
Yes,
It has rules, does it not?
it does. You need to be able to see the person casting the spell.
Correct.
And of course, you need to be able to perform all the necessary steps to cast the spell.
May I just cut in just a moment?
Sure.
I just want to check up if anyone here is having a difficult time following with what is very much a sort of direct lesson now between you and Angelica?
No,
I was hoping.
this will become generalized in just a moment, Archie. I'm going to have the students pair off and practice fighting each other. And I don't mean
Some
fencing
of
each
these
other.
people are fresh recruits.
Even better, they will learn painful lessons now that they might survive later.
Understandable, but there's some people who don't even know the theories of magic and
That's
have
perfect.
the aptitude for it.
Not all are blessed. That is why I've had them divide off into spellcasters and to martial combatants.
You are directing this training.
Now, Angelica,
Yes?
if I were to say, perhaps try to perform the same spell that I performed on Lumiere, and you could see me, you could stop me.
I would stop you, yes.
But if I were to, perhaps, and John will dart around behind a bookcase where he can still see Lumiere, but Angelica cannot see him, stand here, that would prove exceptionally difficult, would it not?
It would, yes. Positioning is very important in the field.
It is as though Lady Verdigris's lessons on footwork do not apply to simply fencing. Is that correct?
She nods. I think I see where you're going with this.
Now, if you would please break off into pairs of one martial and one spellcaster, I want the four of you to fight and practice fighting as a pair.
For clarification, Father John, do you want one martial combatant and one spellcaster to be a joined pair
Yes.
combating another martial combatant and spellcaster?
Yes, that is exactly what I would like to have happen. Angelica, and those of you who have served on the... Max has a name for you guys, but I don't remember. You know
Hunters.
how dangerous things can be in the field, and how they can evolve dynamically. It is nothing like a barren fencing room with no obstacles and no more than one person trying to fight you. We do not duel when we fight the creatures in the dark. We fight for our lives.
While this is happening and students begin to pair off, Lumiere is going to step up to Archie. He says quietly to you while John is directing things, Archie, I couldn't help but notice that you had some concerns with John's teaching methods.
He knows a good scrap, but some of these people just... There's intricacies to spellcasting that he hasn't had to study for all his life. He masters the arcane through his devotion and understanding of creation and manufacturing and his devotion to Thormodin, but I just feel as though these students still don't quite understand their own potential. I had mother, they don't have... Bea's not here, so I just wanted to fulfill that role.
Lumiere nods and motions for you to walk with him around the perimeter of the room and watch as these students have begun to pair off. And he says to you, perhaps, and this is my inkling, perhaps John's purpose in this particular lesson is not one about teaching spellcasting, but rather teaching survival. Teaching people to... Many of these recruits have never been in a real fight, and I think that simulating such a thing for them is the intent, in order to be more aware of what kind of dangers lurk in true combat. Perhaps not the subtlety of actual spell casting, but more the dangers involved, and how to either resist those dangers or guard yourself against them. If I'm not mistaken. I don't disagree with you, Archie. Spellcasting has never been something that I could master myself, but I do know about potential. He looks over to where John is directing the lesson, and then back to you, Archie, and says, my daughter teaches focus, technique, mastery of the self. It seems that John teaches resilience, survival, and grit, experience. Perhaps it is your hand that can teach these students intricacy and the delicate art of spellcasting. And perhaps more so, there is a balance in the dance that I have seen since I've been here. A balance between compassion and destruction. And perhaps your purpose is to teach the former side of that equation.
That's what I was hoping, but I think they need to do this first. As much as I was hoping to ease them into it.
I have the inkling of a feeling that after this, they're going to be itching to want to know how to be better spellcasters.
I don't doubt it.
Yeah, a bunch of these people are going to be taking Magic Initiate Wizard as soon as they're like, holy shit, that spell's crazy.
Yeah, but some of them also are going to...
Right.
Those who don't know how to cast Shield and absorb elements and things like Counterspell and stuff like that, they're going
It's on the radar.
Some of these people just head widgets still, just only know prestidigitation.
Yes. But like, from what I'm thinking is, those trainees who know how to cast a few first level spells are going to get hit in the face or the gut by someone who knows how to fight, and they're going to be like, okay, I want to know how to do that thing that Angelica is doing to prevent herself from getting hurt. Is probably the question.
Yeah,
and it's
I was very adamant about teaching abjuration above most anything.
Yes. This training goes on for a bit. In the meantime, Lark, what are you doing?
Lark's had a pretty late start to her morning, given that last night was pretty rough. And she was up a little extra late, making sure that Scola and her folk ended up safe, sound, and sheltered and had what they need. She had a bunch of questions for them as well.
Okay.
She wanted to know what they know about the Underdark
Mm.
and why they were caught, their next moves and plans, whether they had somewhere safe to go or if they needed to be in Tyminster
Heck, I
Court.
wanted to go with you on that.
Yeah, we can flash back to that in, I think, to the night before. If it would have made sense for Archie to be there, that is fine with me as well.
It's up to you. It's up to you, lot. I just wanted to apologize
absolutely.
to Scholar.
Absolutely.
Upon returning to Tyminster Court with the alley rats, most of them are hungry and overwhelmed, maybe in shock by the whole situation. But Skola, as their representative, is certainly more than willing and grateful to be able to answer as many of your questions as possible. She explains that they'll return to her home. Well, actually,
They're certainly welcome to stay the night,
yes.
given
She asks if
the
they're...
trials they've gone through, and we can provide some more food.
Okay.
Rations took the edge off, but it'll be good to have something warm in your bellies, I'm sure.
Again, they are incredibly grateful. And Skola thanks you repeatedly for their rescue and the food. She's honestly not sure what their next step is going to be. They're actors.
Recovery.
And the show must go on. But yes, recovery is very specifically what will need to take place. She...
What does our mutual friend know about all of this? The one that Skola serves most closely. The Marquis.
Skola doesn't know if he knows anything about what has happened. She tells you that she has very limited contact with the Marquis since he's left the city. And she says that she tells you they were abducted in their beds. They didn't see much of their surroundings. They didn't really see much of the Underdark. They saw those rooms, and the next thing they knew, the building was on fire. They were trapped in there for days, but it's not as though they were marched through the Underdark. They were... They were drugged in some way that caused those who were awake when kidnapped to fall unconscious. And when they awoke, they were locked in those rooms.
That is quite a trial indeed. And of course, we understand if you want to take some time to reinforce the safety in your home before returning.
She thanks you.
Was anyone burned before I could help them?
Skola nods, and lets you know that a few, there were one or two who were injured by the fire. No one died. No one was injured so grievously by the fire that they did, that they lost their lives. But some are having trouble breathing because of the amount of smoke that was trapped in the room, and a few others sustained burns of varying degrees.
How many?
3 or 4.
I'm so sorry. This never should have happened in the first place.
Skola
I recognize. I there's nothing you can say to me that is to console me. This is just.
We have our lives, she says. And we make our business finding out about other people's business. There are risks to that.
Archie, is this something that your magics are able to remedy?
I'm not a miracle worker, but I personally will tend to their injuries in some manner.
If there's anything that, beyond your healing capacities, clerics do have great abilities in that direction too. I know our entire team is pretty exhausted, but if the folks with burns can hold on until the morning, I have faith that you'll do well for them, Archie. And John as well, if his additional assistance is needed.
Can I see them now?
Of course. You can take the time that night upon your return to provide what care you may.
Yeah, I think I know how to reflavor the healer's tools at this point. It's kind of like Archie takes strands from their mouth, their web spit, and like creates like gauze and such from the web. To then like lay over and then just that's it with some sort of what do you call it? It's like a paste, not what do you call it?
A salve.
Poultice. Yeah, that's right.
Poultice, yeah.
Or salve. Yeah. To cure any of the impurities.
Sure. Archie, you carefully and caringly tend to those with burns, trying to undo the damage which you feel responsible for.
Lark sends Piosa to advise John to prepare whatever restoration magics he might have that would assist with burns as well, just in case.
Mm-hmm.
And she'll, continue to chat with Skola and learn what she can during this time.
Sure. Again, the general gist of the conversation is that Skola is aware that they were being used as bait for all of you.
And had no connection to the Underdark herself before
Correct.
This incident.
Yes.
Or real meaningful knowledge of it.
Correct. But that she considers it a hazard of the
occupational hazard.
Yes, it is an occupational hazard to her. She does not feel that it is the fault of the dance that she was taken as bait. Like, she has chosen...
mistress duties are rarely safe.
Yes, and she has been an asset to you, to all of you, and you have been an asset to her. You are her allies and her friends, and she is glad that you were willing to risk your lives to save theirs, even knowing that it was likely a trap.
Well, true allies are hard to come by, and Ravenreach needs all the help it can get.
She agrees.
Before you leave the city, if you do leave the city, or before you make a drastic next move, please do advise us. I'd be happy to meet with you once you've found your feet again. Myself or via Piosa.
My concern is to care for my people first. she looks over her shoulder at the other alley rats who are there. My home is here, and my work. And I don't think even for most of them it would be a place so easily abandoned. But that is a conversation I'll have to have with them. And so you
Well,
oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you go first.
Well, I can leave you to that. If you'd like a little solace in the meantime.
We'll take it.
And if you have need of anything else, just let myself or any of Lady Dolka's fine staff know.
Thank you.
And Lark will depart and exhaustedly fall into bed, essentially. Prestidigitation clean first, of course. It's been a pretty grimy day, but...
John can cast Lesser Restoration. It removes disease, which I think is thematically appropriate for making sure, like, burns are really susceptible to getting infected
Right.
due to the nature of how they work, basically. And John could cast Lesser Restoration to ensure that they don't get infected, basically.
I understand. Yeah, absolutely.
Being that Piosa has sought him out.
Yes. Lark, you awaken the next morning, thinking, pondering over the events of the night before, and thinking about especially the your allies and how things have affected them. What are your plans for this day?
Is Piosa in the room with me?
Absolutely. He is sleeping on his pile of trinkets, with a store poking at him to get up.
I join a store in the poking. And I'll scritch him.
Yeah, Piosa will yawn exaggeratedly, and stretch, like front claws all the way out forward, kind of a stretch.
Good morning, little one. Last night was pretty rough for both of us, but I don't fully understand what it means for you. Lark chats with him in Draconic.
He tilts his head to one side and sends you images that denote, what do you mean?
Well, she sent you to serve me. She's withdrawn her support. What does that mean for you?
Piosa flashes images of each of the members of the team and the other familiars and his pile of trinkets and this sense that, like, this is home. He goes where he wants. And if she wants him to come back, she can try and take him.
That warms my heart more than anything else you could tell me, Piosa. Does this mean something harsh for you, though? I mean, she reformed you from another form before. Does that mean you're trapped in this form?
Piosa
I don't want you to give up more than you can afford to. Much as it would break my heart to send you away.
Piosa can speak. It can communicate with you telepathically only through images, right? Or is it through
I think
language
he
as
can
well?
speak to me with language, but others with images.
Okay.
I think.
Let me see something real quick.
Yeah, the magically communicates simple ideas, emotions, and images telepathically with any creature within 100 feet that can understand the language. But I think the standard familiar rules also apply, whatever those are for communication. So the telepathy is just with general everybody else.
Mm-hmm. Piosa essentially explains that he's a true pseudo dragon now. That he's stuck in this form. But that was the choice that he made.
Lark picks him up and hugs him. Well, I suppose I owe you a bunch of shinies now. Should very much add to that hoard.
Then he trills triumphantly at that.
You have more than earned them. Yeah, Lark will take some time to break down before eventually composing herself enough to leave the room.
Both pseudo dragons will wrap themselves around you the best they can to comfort you. You, even more so than when you made your choice the night before, there is this part of you that melts away in a similar way that the armor did on the puppet in the dark. Some cold grip on your heart begins to has released you.
That is an unexpected sensation. But tiny warm pseudo dragon body would certainly help with that.
Yes.
With thawing things that should not be frozen. Yeah, in time, Lark will break down for a while, and when she composes herself enough, she will go and seek out Archie.
Okay.
I imagine it's quite late. She's slept quite late. It's been a rough night.
You head out of your room at Tyminster Court and find that Archie's not in his rooms. As you go down into the main entrance hall, Carson, how exactly do you come into Tyminster Court for the first time in 10 years?
So essentially, he is pulled up in his carriage around to what would be like the servants' entrance.
Mm-hmm.
and has bustled in imperiously, called for some assistance from a few of the domestic servants, and has them carrying several chests inside, and is just sort of like looking around at the display and be very careful with that one. Some of the things inside are quite delicate, and now can anybody direct me to who is in charge currently?
I imagine Lark overhears this as she's strolling down the hall, and she'll say, temporarily, yes. Are you a relation of the Dolkas?
Not quite, no. Family friend. Temporarily, I received word. Lucian, he sent a sending about a month ago, said that things were going bad and that I should return. I'm sorry that I was not able to send word that I would be coming here. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Carson Clayguard.
Lark Verdigris. I can claim the same family-friend relationship. And I imagine similar services if you've been involved with Lucian as well.
As it were, quite relieved to know that you are still here. The way he worded things, it made it sound like it was a possibility that I would arrive and find, well, it doesn't bear thinking about.
More dark things than usual have certainly been happening in Ravenreach.
I have artifacts, books, things I've been collecting over the past 10 years. The hope was that it would be relevant to teach a new generation how to fight the things that lurk in the darkness, but it sounds like I'm needed here now. You are leading...
Your timing could not be better. Unless you were here a month ago, of course. But we're grateful you're here all the same. Would you like to head to Lucian immediately, or do you need to oversee more of this personally?
I will need some time to distribute the things that I have found. It's a rather extensive collection of books, several additions to his library. I'm sure he will want to go through them in quite a bit of detail, but for the moment, that can wait. You said you are temporarily in charge? So if there is time, I would like a sort of formal debriefing on the current state of where we stand in regards to the mission.
I'll call my compatriots as well, and Lark will send mental requests via Piosa to John, Archie, Theo, and Max, if any of them are interested in attending, that we have a very veteran Danse member who has returned with useful information for us all, should they wish to hear it. And Piosa's watching the chests excitedly, looking for anything shiny that might be peeking out from any of them.
Okay.
The hinges are shiny. That's promising.
John and Archie, the recruits have spent time practicing combat magic and beating each other into submission, at least to a degree that satisfies.
Seems safe.
Seems safe, yes. To a degree that will not leave anyone permanently injured, but are definitely teaching the lessons about defense and positioning that are necessary parts of combat. Afterwards, while many of those who are combatants have our physical combatants have gathered to discuss what it was like fighting spellcasters, several of the spellcasters have approached both Archie and Angelica about various techniques in the midst of combat. And Archie, several of them you noticed were performing somatic components incorrectly and are asking you what they did wrong. John, several people who have shown an aptitude towards more divine magic have essentially been asking questions about keeping others safe rather than just themselves. And so there have been the training has gone from practical application of, or not even practical application, but like
this is a sword. This
Yes.
is how you swing it.
Lesson in survivability
yes,
too.
from a lesson in, they've gone from lessons in of survivability to taking a step back and thinking about, well, how do we get better at these things so that we can not apply them in these situations?
How to read a combat encounter.
While this is happening, a servant enters the training hall and approaches you and Archie in particular.
Yeah.
The Lady Verdigris has sent word that a veteran member of the Danse has returned to the court after quite some time. She was wondering if you would like to, if the two of you would like to be present for introductions.
Most definitely. I what is their name? I may have met them before.
I wasn't. You didn't tell the servant the name of the person, did you, Lark, or did you?
Lark had sent via Piosa, but via the
Piosa,
servant
yeah.
is fine. But if the servant is conveying this information, then she would send the name with that person.
Sure.
Piosa just wouldn't really be able to do that.
Right. So the servant will explain that it's Carson. God damn it. Claygard. Thank you, David. That Carson Claygard has returned. She doesn't know him herself, but maybe Archie, you may. You've been around Tyminster Court for how long now?
20-ish years.
Okay, then you would have met Carson at some point. So yeah.
Depending on how secluded I was.
Yes.
I do remember Carson, yes.
The servant might know them from before as well.
Right.
Well, should we let them have a break there, or should they? We shouldn't leave them unsupervised, John, should we?
Hey, Lumia.
I can continue some fencing drills with them. Let them loosen up.
Yeah. Perhaps it would be wise to speak with them after we leave with processing things after a fight.
Certainly. I can do
And
that.
Angelica, just remember how I trained you to use shield and abjuration magic, and you should be very well capable of applying that to these other students.
I'm sure that I can convey the proper usage of the spell to others. I'll give it a try.
Wonderful, thank you. I'll be back in just a moment.
The Danse will pay for... John is just executive decisioning. The Danse will pay for any of the new trainees to learn these spells, if they so wish. It is a relatively inexpensive spell. There are not that many recruits If 10 of them learn it, it is 200 gold. That is very little for the long-term savings that it could end up costing us.
Less than a single diamond for resurrection.
In fact. John looks at the servant and says, "Has Lucian been notified?"
She said, she shrugs, and says, "I was just told to come looking for you."
Please go fetch him. That would be most helpful. And I am sure that he would be thankful to see someone who has returned after so long being away.
Piosa has been. Piosa also sends out kind of images of where to meet Lark and images of Carson to your minds. Piosa.
I also
relays-
picture him like sitting in front of Max's door and yowling like a really annoying cat, trying to wake Max up and like get him to come to this big boy meeting that he should be attending, and just not getting any response.
Not getting
I
any
imagine
response.
that's also a thing that happens.
Um,
Rough night for him too.
yes.
Lark also slept in, so she's slightly more forgiving than she might be otherwise.
Archie, John, you meet up with Lark and Carson, and Lucian joins you. But Maximilian and Theodore are not present. You are meeting in Lady Bia's office, or are you meeting in the... Yes, okay. You gather in Lady Bia's office to make introductions. Although we've only been playing for a short time, I'm going to ask that if we can take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're good.
Okay.
Dog. There is a lot of talent here, Mark.
Oh, I know.
Got this.
We are live, and it is true. There is a lot of talent in this room. More talent than I have in my tiny little capacity.
Oh, fuck up.
International series of
No
firsts.
DM shame.
No DM shame. I just know where my where the real accolades belong, and that's with all of you.
Yeah, it's sitting above me. Yeah, it's sitting above me.
The accolades belong to Dio. She's in the chat. That's where they all belong. It's all with Dio.
The accolades aren't in the Bacchanals. What the hell are you talking about?
Ooh.
Canada is not the Bacchanals, okay?
Are we sure?
I'm very sure.
Has anybody checked recently?
Yes.
The Canadians have checked. The only thing they keep finding is hockey and beer.
That sounds like
Tim
the Bacchanals to
Hortons.
me. Tim Hortons sounds like the Bacchanals to me.
Oh, good
I don't know what you're talking about.
Tim Hortons.
They used to sell great donuts and ice cream.
They don't sell ice cream. Anymore.
So
Gamers.
Dio said that she lives in Vancouver Island. They are the hippies of Canada, and that.
I'll verify
And she
that.
said it's the Bacchanals where she lives. Anyway, John and Archie, you walk into Lady Bia's office, where you find Lark and Carson. Lucian walks in, sees you, Carson, and immediately walks up to you and grasps your hand and puts another hand on your shoulder and and just says, "It's good to see you back. It's been a long time."
And you. Sorry I couldn't get here sooner, but when your sending arrived, I was rather to the west from here. I had heard rumors that there was some kind of hole that had opened up in the earth, a tomb full of dark horrors. The druids were saying that all the plants and animals were sending word of some kind of oath breaker. It seemed like the sort of thing that I should really be investigating, and unfortunately it meant getting back to the highway took longer than anticipated. Still, I'm here now.
The important thing is that you're here. Well, this is the Beacon
You
Hill
did
team.
miss the Dolkas by about a week. But John or Archie can sending to them if you required contact directly.
Indeed.
My word. Archie,
It's been a while, and this is profoundly awkward. I do believe I'm without my mask at the moment, but yes, this.
It's good to see you without it. You seem to be still very much yourself, but perhaps a little bit more confident. You are working with the team?
This one, yes, I have been for quite some time, and well, they've gotten me out of many spots of trouble, and we've gotten in all of kinds of our own trouble in the meantime. It's good to see you again. Where were you been? Where have you been?
All over. Chasing down rumors, hearing a number of stories from men in taverns who are insisting that they have killed a zombie. I've heard several times about something called an abyssal chicken, but I can't verify if they actually exist or not. Mostly I was hoping to compile information that might be useful for our efforts moving forward, expanding out of Ravenreach, trying to fend off the darkness wherever it lurks, but I heard that you had need of me here. And the city is still my home, even if it has been many years since I have been here last.
We are recovering from what feels like a major hit, and we're making good strides with new recruits. Ever since our numbers dwindled, I'm sure you've heard of the werewolf attacks.
Yes, that was what Lucian mentioned. From the side of it, you were almost overrun.
My team was.
My word.
John here is a
We're lucky
casualty
he
of.
managed to join
yes.
our team.
He joined our team shortly after.
I'm sorry for your loss. I would tell you the gory details of mine, but I think it's fairly true that all of us who end up here serving the dance, we have a similar tale, to some degree or another. But it is nice to meet you.
And you, Father John Anders. He extends his hand.
Carson Claygard of, I suppose, scion and inheritor to Claygard Fort. My brother has been tending to it in my stead.
John just kind of looks around. Is every goddamn person in this building a noble? For the love of God, the gods!
I mean, if you abscond your birth, right? Are you still technically a noble?
Well, if that is the case, then I am not noble by birthright, but well, I don't think anybody actually wants me to take over the family estate.
Noble by manner and training, by familial connection, but whatever your background is, that's your concern unless you wish to share with us.
And John, I'm pleasantly surprised. It seems as though you've very well seen the effects of nepotism, and would have seen that many of, well, if not the upper class, have been with the resources to do such outlandish things. But nevertheless, we have a new guest. I suppose we should
Yes,
catch you up with
returned
some
brother.
tea. Oh, right. Sorry, I'm all over the place at the moment. I'm still trying to figure out what to do with my lesson.
We all
Which
have
is,
many things to unravel.
The lesson
Carson,
plan. You're teaching.
Well, I don't think I ever disclosed to you that I was magically capable, but yes, since Bia is away, I have taken up a class to discuss magical theory and well,
Carson. Sorry. Carson.
And understanding magic.
Just some notes. Lord Richard died about 3 years ago. I don't know if you would have been too far removed to have found out that information or not. That is up to you. But when you left, Bia was like 12.
Yeah, I get the impression that it's been more like written missives and reports sending back of progress and like occasional sendings to keep me in the loop. So like that Carson would know first and foremost that Lord Richard died and his father died roughly around the same time. So he got both of those pieces of news almost back to back. And so consciously made the decision of, I could go back to the city, but I don't want to have to deal with my family. So I'm just going to go explore this tomb I just found that apparently has some kind of horrible, ghastly artifact in it.
chasing away demons with more demons. Excellent.
Bia just has, well, she's, besides growing in height has grown in power and willpower exponentially, I suppose you could call it, over the past years.
Yeah, Mom's great.
I had recovered several tomes during my excursions. Several of them, I think, are arcane in nature. I had hoped that we would be able to find somebody that could assist Lucian with translation, but it seems, Archie, that you're exactly the person we need on that front.
What do you... I'm not a... Well, unfortunately, our at-home linguist, Theodore, is no longer with us. I am not familiar with unraveling tomes and exploring the intricacies of thereof.
But Theo had a spell for that, yes? Perhaps we could purchase a scroll from the Emberglows for you as another dance expense.
Linguistics,
Perhaps.
I have covered. It is not a matter of reading these that is a problem for me. I'm not knowledgeable in matters of the arcane. I was hoping that somebody in your team must have knowledge of such things.
In a mimetic sense, I suppose, more so than a practical sense. But I can
Practical
exchange
enough
notes.
for
Yes.
one who was flinging spells at a vampirist only last night, Archie. You are too modest.
I'm just curious. Most wizards have studied runes and such to understand the knowledge of spells and the weave. I've just been lucky enough to have dreams of these things and wrote them down. But I will try, and perhaps we should discuss after my class.
Not every piece of knowledge comes from the weave. I know quite a bit about it from divine magics. Perhaps Carson could learn things in a different way. He may have his own path forward.
Well, that is peculiar. You do not strike me as a follower of Vidian. Which god do you serve?
Thormodin. We make things.
He says with a fucking giant anvil behind him.
Like, we make things.
Yeah.
He like gestures his head to like a
Gestures.
50-pound anvil that is attached to a metal handle.
Of the three of us,
Thormodin, we
I
make
would-
things.
Oh,
You
sorry.
slowed down. Sorry, yeah, continue.
Sorry, I didn't have my spectacles on. One moment.
You continue, Luck.
Of the three of us, I would say Archie is the most adept at rummaging through books. That's as many reports as I've written. I'm still not too adept in navigating the library, but I have some magical skills of my own.
As I said, I had hoped to acquire knowledge of the things that we fight. I gained quite a lot of practical experience in that regard. Stuff that I can hopefully pass on to a future generation so that they can, in turn, defend cities such as Ravenreach and elsewhere. But I've been rambling an awful lot about the things that I have been up to. Tell me, what is the most pressing matter for your team right now? How can I be of assistance to you?
Well, you recall our great Duke, yes?
Nathaniel.
Nathaniel Bowen, yeah?
Lucian has been updating you, yes?
In that regard, yes.
At this moment, Lark uses her mage hand and pours everybody alcoholic shots and like passes
It's
of sherry.
whenever Nathaniel's
Just-
brought up,
just it's prepared.
is Nathaniel the take a shot challenge sort of code word in here.
There's no teapot in this
That
room,
name.
but Lady Bia
Yeah.
keeps it well stocked.
Yes,
I'm good.
If you
Thanks.
wish to
He's-
fortify yourself.
She certainly does.
We, if we are to stand a chance against the coming day, the end of days, we need to take out Nathaniel Baum. He has put much effort into making one, if not two, demon lords' presence and growth within this world and this plane capable, and we need to prevent that.
We also have, in addition to that vampire, we wish to see Ravenreach elevated, safer. We do have a deadline until the demon lords arrive, and we've been assisting allies in halting that progression. They'll tell us what we need as they need it, but we've helped them somewhat. And you mentioned expanding the dance. We've taken some tentative steps to do that. We mentioned trainees earlier. Some of these trainees are from Darkhaven, and of those, a number will return back to Darkhaven to establish a chapter there. A few weeks earlier, we had ventured to that town ourselves to assist with an unfortunate murdered children problem. Gave us the opportunity to start training folks a little and increase defenses.
We have covered that there's a following of hags doing deeds for the demon lords, which may cause an issue.
I don't think so any longer. We have
Our allies have
yeah.
sent us at breakfast some very heartening news about that.
Oh,
Disposed of. Capable.
well, all but one who escaped.
that's wonderful news, at least. And there is another threat that we should not bother with at this moment, as it's more of a personal matter. But we should be wary of its presence, at least. My family has been trying to make connections, and they are not affiliated with Nathaniel, but might get in the way nonetheless of our operations here in some capacity. Nobles, right?
Lucian says, Carson, a lot has happened in your absence. It's been a long time. Obviously, the most recent and most important things, and they seem to be communicating to you all the same. You seem to have brought back a number of books, and as stated, myself, Theo, if he's around, and of course Archie, and you are welcome to help me peruse what volumes you've returned to us.
Yes.
The
Very
the situation at hand is that we have recruits training. Lady B and Lord Arthur have been called away to Geneva for some important announcement by the Queen.
And Theo's been spending a lot of time devoted to unraveling how to restore his wife to the world of the living.
And
I imagine that's what he's unraveling right now.
And well, Lady Locke here and Father John have been placed in a position of stewardship over the dance until Lady B and Lord Arthur return.
There are whispers of war in Geneva.
And a betrothal of our Marquis, which may be the catalyzing moment. shall
There
I
is
say.
more than whispers of war happening to the west.
Oh,
I was leaving right as it happened, but Edinburgh have marched upon Draen.
indeed. Have they made it to the city walls yet? I have been to Draen, only briefly.
I have no more recent intel than a month past, I'm afraid. I do not foresee the city falling.
No.
Not with that many arcanely inclined individuals there to defend the walls and the wards that protect it. Still, it is this city that we are sworn to protect. Well, I might have hoped 10 years ago when I left that I would return to find the city strengthened and numbers bolstered.
It seems that our enemies have grown bolder in your absence, Carson.
And so I ask again, what do we do? What blow do we strike to them?
I have
Something about-
things I'll have to look through, but perhaps it would be better when Maximilian and Theodore are available.
Then I shall spend the day, if possible, getting resettled. If
Please.
there is a room available for me, I would appreciate
you-
not having to
Do you have
slink
a
on back to the
preference?
fort.
Would you like to stay here? There is a room available in the house in Beacon Hill. This
Also,
is my home. I've lived here for going on 2.5 months at this point. I have no other place, so
There's space
Beacon
for you
Hill,
at
so
Beacon Hill, John.
You have expanded? There is...
give it to him. He needs his own space.
Yes,
He got all those chests in, so
the Dolkers have purchased a second estate in the city, which they have gifted to the team here. That's why they are the Beacon Hill team.
an estate. Oh, so this would be in,
It used to belong to Lady Norloff. But
Yes, if there is a room available
she
here,
is no longer
that would
living.
be preferable.
there are plenty of rooms upstairs. I'm sure you know where they are.
Both are capably shielded, I believe.
I have made some effort to conceal my arrival. If at all possible, I would prefer word not reach my mother that I am back in Ravenreach. She is a difficult woman at the best of times.
I understand.
I have yet to ward Beacon Hill this morning.
Speaking
I
of
can-
warding,
I have a lesson, yes.
um,
Which I think you should bring the students in here as a moment of retrieval after their hardships, and I can look over these books while I wait.
speaking of warding, we need a code word for our team.
No,
Why?
what do you mean?
How so? For what?
The gods bestowed upon me the ability to ward places. Large places. Very large places. The way to enter this place would be made simpler if there were a password, especially for our little ones. Are there any suggestions? Well, before you go any further, John will cast Healing Word at 5th level on everyone in the room, dispelling any. Well, they can't scry into this room, can they? Nobody can scry into this room.
Nobody
and
can
beat
scry into this
No.
room. No.
So then I'm not going to bother doing that.
Yeah. You are protected from divination magic in this room. Lady B is a diviner. She knows what to keep out.
Any suggestions?
You're a cleric of Thormodon. There must be some sort of verse that has great meaning to you about beating back the darkness.
Ah, a light shining in darkness, perhaps. A beacon, you might say.
Perhaps, but slightly less obvious than that, yes? We do not want one to simply announce their and be permitted entry.
Any suggestions? I'm open.
I'm dwelling.
We defend the defenseless? A short
One
phrase?
word.
One word.
Sure.
Susan.
So it's me.
Beautiful tribute.
We're the only one who knows her.
That suits me. John will cast Forbiddance.
Oh, before you do so, I should let you both know that I no longer serve the Fey Queen. And she may be angry, so you may wish to preclude her from entering. I will explain further.
John picks you up by the waist and spins you around. That's wonderful.
No, who's gonna be?
You're free.
Yes.
Who's gonna be my Fey buddy?
You're able to choose your own path now.
I suppose so.
You can be whoever you want. You're free.
Well, I've made another compact with another force.
I knew there was going to be something more here.
But a more benevolent force this time. You know the
Which
blade out
force? Ah,
there. The Raven's Blade.
I remember.
It's not a promise that I hadn't made myself when I joined the dance. It's a safer source.
You
of
came
power
to me
than
one
something.
day saying you were trying to talk to it. Did it speak to you suddenly?
Not so much in words. I apologize,
Like last
Carson.
time.
This must be
This is
terribly
yes,
overwhelming for you, but you're familiar with the occult.
Just feeling a little bit lightheaded. And Carson's just gonna like gently ease down onto like the edge of the sofa and just be staring slightly wide-eyed up at you. You carry the sword of the Legion.
She'll kind of hold it out so you can examine it slightly as it hums with magic. And you'll see on the pommel, if you've ever seen images of the blade before, the end has a gem and some gold vines wrapped around it. Normally the vines would have like blooming flowers and leaves, but they're very docile now. They're kind of a little bit withered.
I can't believe I forgot that in the commission.
Not gonna matter. They're about to fall off anyway.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
slowly dying.
My
Maybe.
word. I have spent the past 10 years of my life seeking relics and artifacts of note. This makes everything that I have found look like a mere trinket or bauble in comparison. Do you have any idea what you carry?
I know the powers it lends me, or at least some of them. I mean, my powers are somewhat changed from yesterday. John has a better idea than I. He's done more study of the lore. But
We
when
have a terrible habit of tripping on relics, so it should come as no surprise.
we didn't know what it was when we first found it in a tomb of one of the brothers who had defended the city. When Enan Volkmar first attacked. But it has served us well. Perhaps that will hearten you in our battle to save Ravenreach.
To merely
Ongoing
carry
battle.
such a thing is one matter. For it to recognize you and grant you power as its wielder, that is quite significant. I have read books of history that talk of how these weapons were crafted and lost to the ages, and this is a once in many generations event. You are more important than I think you realize, Lady Lark.
The blade certainly is. You and Archie will get along well, as will you and John. You've all got much more intricate understanding of the lore than I do.
I'm sorry, it's just full on Giles and Buffy. It's just full on. I'm just a player, it's not a big deal. No, but it is!
Oh, it's beautiful. You're welcome to examine it more later if you wish, but I believe the artifacts and the books that you brought in will be quite helpful. Anything you can find about taking down demon lords and taking down the Duke, those would be fantastic priorities and fantastic places to assist the entire dance.
One issue that keeps coming up when I think about driving a stake into that bastard's heart is how do we not get away with it, but how do we vindicate it? How do we show people that it's deserved, that he is a terrible person that is orchestrating these things?
Do we need to show that? He can simply be a man who died of illness at a reasonable age for a man to die of a sudden illness, who has a young son who is going to lead the city into a brighter age. At least it's more idealistic to do so.
Look, you're my friend, but you scare me sometimes. That is incredibly cutthroat and genius, and I love it.
I do not think it particularly cutthroat. You spent enough time in his dungeons to know that we wish an appropriate end to the man who calls himself the Duke. To the undead who calls himself the Duke. He's no longer a man. Really, the moment he became a vampire, his ducal seat should have been passed along. He's overstayed his welcome.
Truly, but
what concerns me is the fact that Lumiere must deliver the blow, the final blow.
He must. Oh, of course.
I'm afraid I'm a little lost. I'm still getting caught up. Was there a...
We are rushing through it. I'm so sorry.
I will take my leave of absence at this moment. I have...
Yes, come. Let me know if you whenever you are done with, so I can just tidy things up a bit.
John, do you have leisure later this afternoon or evening?
Of course.
Okay, I shall find you later then.
If I may make a request.
That doesn't do it.
If you have time in the next few days, several of the things I have in my possession, I am not utterly certain that they are not cursed. It seems that a man of faith such as yourself may be able to assist in that matter.
I can look.
Archie and John are both quite capable.
The
such
thing about curses is it is very difficult to tell until it is already too late.
I don't want to overload with you with information, but let's just say I have ways to go about stopping curses from doing what curses do, I suppose. in the meantime, we should all... I'm sorry, did you just... No, never mind. Let's look at these books now, and all do our own part.
As I said, if I can make use of a room, even if perhaps only temporarily, just a place
Certainly.
to store the things that I have recovered while we sort through the collection and see what will be of use to Lucien's work.
Certainly. I'll see to it myself. And I'll find you and Archie in the library afterwards, I imagine. Lucian, do you have any other concerns?
As of right now, I just want to make sure that Carson here gets reacquainted with things. I think it would be best if I was the one to help him get settled into a room, get his books where they need to be, brought into
Catch
the
up
library.
on old times.
And catch up on old times. Otherwise, I'm at your disposal at need.
I'll deliver last night's reports later today.
I actually do have a strange request, Lucian, as John and Lucian are kind of turning to leave the room. Do you have any books on cooking?
Oh my god, none of us can cook.
Lucian smirks and just kind of nods. I've heard you've had some exploits in the kitchen lately.
Yeah, a few. But we don't need to have the conversation beyond that. It was more
Yes.
of a
Yes.
moment of levity to
Exactly.
take the edge off some of the quite serious conversation we had been having.
Absolutely. No, that's fine.
So I imagine John, Carson, and Lucian depart. And what is Archie doing? You're muted.
Bun, are you there? I think
Okay.
Bun
Lark-
had messaged me and said that his
Life circumstance stuff.
he's having some struggles with his internet connectivity. So
Okay. Lark will tackle the report while she's in Lady Bia's office, I suppose. And after that, she will... Oh, go ahead.
What?
John and Lucian have and Carson have begun to kind of filter out of the room. Archie and Lark has asked what your intentions were at this point.
Oh shit! I'm so sorry. I was getting water. I should have announced that.
have
My
a-
intentions.
Do you have a moment or two to chat, Archie?
Of course, yes. Is it okay if I just get some books sorted here as we talk?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yesterday, you returned to a place that has been very dark for you in the past. And I wanted to see how you're doing. If there's any lingering ill feelings.
I'm doing okay. No, I've last time I went down there. Well, last time I left there, I felt like I left a part of me. did leave a part of me.
And this time?
I can't say I got it back, but I feel like it's safe and should be left where it is.
Lark will kind of reach out and pat Archie's back. And
Yeah. Archie flinches and sort of holds the other side of the back. Sorry.
I can
thank
grant
you.
more space. It's been a rough few days. Lark will take a step back. When I think to the time we've spent together, Archie, and how much you've grown in the few months we've known each other, you've come a long way from the young half-drow that climbed out of the darkness to see the stars for the first time. You've come so much, even in the last few months, that how far you've come since that time must be tremendous. I hope you can realize that.
I have. I think it's getting easier and easier to see myself as more. And I hope you know I'm very, very proud of you. And happy. And your life is yours to lead, as John said. I don't think I've seen him smile before.
He's smiled once or twice.
Not like that.
At least once or twice. But yes, it's the first choice that the Queen presented me with was really no choice at all. It was ostensibly death or life. Death or life with strings, really. When she presented me with a true choice, herself or the blade, that was a trickier one to make, but I didn't want to leave Ravenreach behind. I didn't want to leave you and the team behind. And I didn't want what had befallen my father to befall me either. Speaking of which,
oh yes,
Carson had mentioned curse removal, and I have an item of some personal value that I just would like to make certain there's no lingering fey curses on. And Lark will withdraw a small compact from her pocket that is the one she'd received from her mother as her inheritance from her father as a child. When it's open, there's a mirror inside, and it plays a fey melody, but there are no mechanical workings to the device at all.
I pull out a handkerchief from my vest and I'll let you place it in there. Okay. I don't know how. Most things I've sank my fangs into or used them with have been soft and relatively fleshy. This might be difficult. And I bare my fangs and attempt to siphon any curse that might be there.
In fairness, I'm not entirely sure there's any curse, but rather not be mistaken.
Yes. Oh, good thing I had a bed. I can't. I'm not in the BTT at the moment, but I just cast Remove Curse. Does anything appear to siphon out? I'm very thankful that it didn't work for once.
I shall certainly sleep a little bit better. Thank you for soothing my concerns, Archie. Lark will tuck it back in her pocket. I suppose I still need to tell Lumiere as well. He will have.
It is a rather big
strong feelings
announcement.
about
Yeah.
this, yes. But
If you need anything, you let me know, and just
if you see him, send him my way. I'll be writing reports. Easier
I'm
to wrap
very
my brain
certain I
around, I
will.
suppose.
I'm very certain I will see him later today. I'm thinking about becoming his pupil. I thought I should use these rather dexterous claws for something other than weaving for a change.
Well, your weaving is beautiful. But he's got plenty of talents he's able to share. Well, I won't hold you up, Archie.
One thing I want to say, Locke, is that in all my years, never have I fully, truly felt complimented in my work as much as when you say it. And feel that appreciated. And feel beautiful myself. Thank you.
You deserve to feel beautiful, Archie.
I think Archie just cries like once Locke leaves. Just like find a place to just
Aww.
wipe it away.
Have their moment.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of tears in the Dolka Manor today. Archie. Probably Lumiere soon enough.
Oh yeah.
Carson. You find yourself walking the halls in a bit of a almost like a daze. It's been so long since you've been here. Lucian leads you to a room that you had used in the past. He's been talking to you the whole time, but it's kind of fuzzy what he was saying as you've been looking around. At one point you pass a painting, a portrait on one of the walls, and you see yourself amongst several members of the dance, including a much younger Lord Arthur. You're beardless and youthful. The you that had belonged here.
And Carson just like almost unconsciously reaches up and feels the ever so slight pointed curve of his ear and looks into the face of this younger version of himself that is much more visibly a half-elf. Sort of brushes their hand down over the long scar that covers one side of his face. Just tickles a finger through the beard a little bit and thinks back on Archie's lament that now that Lark is no longer an archfey, he won't have a fey buddy. Just thinks the beard helps. I seem human. I seem normal. There's a slight twinge right on the very edge of the scar, and just one droplet of blood emerges, starts to trickle down his face. He sort of brushes it aside with a thumb, shakes himself, follows after Lucian. that enough edge for you, Pat?
Cut my wrists and black my eyes.
Cut my life into pieces. This
For
is my last
Fat
resort.
kids, the lyrics are cut my life into pizza. This is my plastic fork. Pepperoni. Heavy
Must
breathing.
find
Don't give a fuck
familiar.
because it's pizza I'm eating.
Familiars required for dance entry.
Just gonna
Appropriate amount of telenovela edge.
get sort of settled into the room, take the chests that have been carried up by a few of the more sort of burly servants, thank them, ask that they can send a message down to the groom in the stable just to check in on Koi and Chestnut, the horses that were pulling the carriage, because I had to rather have them galloping the last little bit of the way to get here as soon as possible. I hope I haven't overexerted them too much. Then gonna change out of his traveler's clothes and just shift through like a valise that's got several of the outfits that he took with him. Maybe even like one very nice shirt that was actually woven by Archie himself before he left as many years ago. Just sort of shuffle through, get something that's plain, practical, not even necessarily particularly fancy. Get changed into that, and then head through to the library with a couple of the volumes of books that he took with him. Just anything that seems like it might have information on vampires.
Okay. You get yourself situated. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No.
Finish the Carson thread stuff.
Sure.
Sorry.
You get yourself situated in your new, old domicile. Refresh yourself a bit and head into the library with a armful of books. Lucian has grown a little bit in talent since you've left, and several unseen servants are shelving and organizing the books in the library. There's a table off in one corner, and there are a group of what you could only see as kids looking through volumes and studying up on the various types of things that the dance deals with on a regular basis.
Is this Archie class? No. Okay.
Probably Max's team.
Were you
I would-
planning on
Oh.
having your class in
In the library, yeah.
Then
Yeah.
perhaps it would be. Carson,
Okay.
because Carson spent some time getting himself ready. So yeah, Archie is Archie is also in the library while these kids study, and Lucian turns to you and says, "Well, let's see what you've brought me."
A few. It might be relevant, it might be fabrication. There's certainly a lot of information out there, and a lot of it seems unreliable. This one, it unnerves me a little. And he's going to pass across like a scrap of pages that have clearly been like torn from a book that have a very sort of messy scrawled handwriting on them. Now the chap who found these for me swears to their authenticity. Can't be 100% sure of that, but apparently they belong to the diary of a noble woman who lived a little over 100 years ago now. They detail dreams, nightmares really, of her husband returning from beyond the grave. They strike me as similar to tales I have been told about our dear and benevolent leader, the Duke Browen.
I shall look through them, of course, and see what I can discover. Carson, I'm very glad that you've returned. I was not prompted by Lady Bea or Lord Arthur to send to you to return. I did that on my own.
It pains me to say it, but I'm glad that you did. They seem capable, but if these are the people being left in charge, the most senior members left, what happened to everybody? Where is Kurt?
It was that I invited you.
You've given me some reading, and I should give you some as well. The Lady Locke takes extensive notes on all of the endeavors of the Beacon Hill team, reports for Lady Bea. We've become very, very administrative around here. It seems it's actually quite helpful. Carson, Kurt was killed by a vampiress.
Is it dead?
The vampiress.
Yes, the one that did that to him. Is it dead?
I believe that the team went to confront her last night. I do not know the entirety of the outcome. I have not really spoken to them about it. It's been a whirlwind of activity here this morning. But I can tell you that Lord Arthur and Lukash made sure that the same fate would not befall Kurt in the afterlife. The proper precautions were taken.
It is a grim comfort, but it is reassuring to know that is the least we can expect for fighting alongside the Danse.
When I sent word to you, it was because Duke Browen had disseminated he had encouraged lycanthropy to blossom in the city of Ravenreach. Father John's team, as well as Lord Arthur's team, were ambushed by some 40 werewolves at once in the middle of the night while they were on patrol. They had gone hunting for the creature's dens.
I believe John, the priest,
Yes.
alluded to this earlier. My word, 40.
They were ill prepared for such large numbers. Many men spent weeks in the infirmary. Some were permanently injured. Those who made it back alive. These few that we have here, that are, as you said, the most senior members, are very capable. But they weren't here in the beginning. They don't know what it was like then. But with our numbers so diminished, it's more like it was then than it ever has been. Or than it has been in years. They need someone like you.
I think I know what you mean. It felt, at first, that we were making a difference. But I look into their eyes, and they know the same pains that we did. The same loss. I don't know that I can be the person to give them hope again. I can only try to support them. They will have to find the motivation, the thing that drives them to keep up, even when it's hard and thankless, even when you lose those closest to you. I have known what motivates me since I was 13 years old. I only hope that they will find the same conviction.
I think they have. At least some of them. More importantly, when we were young, full of vinegar, we went after the creatures that lurked in the dark, instead of reacting to them. It may be time we started to do that again.
Now that I can do. That I can teach them. Sounds like exactly what Ravenreach needs right now that you mention it. But first, it doesn't do to go running off without an idea of what you're up against. So, Lady Verdigris keeps records. I'll review them thoroughly.
Let me show you where they're kept.
Just gonna pick up the first one, blow the dust off it. Wow, nobody's read this in a long time.
Well, John sure as hell didn't.
John read everything up until after.
But not the lighthouse.
Yeah. He hadn't had time. I keep trying to tell you guys this. And you keep giving John more and more things to do. You keep giving John more and more things to do and no time to go figure out what you guys have been up to.
And now he takes up cooking. All right.
He hasn't taken up cooking. He has not taken up cooking. He has
I broke Mark.
Oh, good lord.
The fucking... That has been... Dude, Pat, you got fucking roasted that.
Okay.
Pat. John.
Yep.
In the
Let's do
most
some cooking,
amicable
mama.
way.
John. Archie has gone off to teach his class. Carson has gone off to get reacquainted with life at Tyminster Court. You had gone off and inquired of Lucian. About a book.
I walked back to the library with Lucian and then went to go find my own way, basically.
Yes.
It doesn't matter. What's on my list? It doesn't matter. I can.
Do you head back to Lady Bia's office where Lark is writing reports? Do you head back to the training room to catch up with Lumiere and the trainees?
I'll head back to Lady Bia's office to try to catch up with Lark
Okay.
quickly.
Okay.
Oh, John, are you taking your leisure now?
Yeah. The key. It worked.
This one?
Yes.
It didn't hide me from her sight. She said only when I cast the protection spell from the Raven's Blade was I hidden from her sight.
Perhaps it is what
something
stopped her
else?
from simply killing you when you chose to defy her. There are rules. The gods. Powerful outsiders. They can't interfere. They're not permitted to take the free will of mortal men. Unless they serve willingly.
So she could take my life, but not yours. Is that what you're
She
saying?
can only harm those who willingly serve her. The key,
This key.
yes,
It's very magical.
yes. I have long suspected that she harmed you. That she used a powerful necromantic spell to manipulate you into willingly serving her at first.
With
And
the
once you had
fever.
yes. It is a virulent disease that feels as though it will consume you to your last breath.
It certainly wasted me. I was a week in bed, a week for which I have no memory or recollection other than heat and flames and dreams, fever dreams, dreams of the promise I made and drinking 3 drops of my own blood from a chalice. When the pact was
Once
made.
you agreed of desperation, she could then kill you if you dared to refuse her orders, or warned or told others of her treachery. The witch deceived you, just as she has others. But you found the second door I spoke of so long ago.
The
It was
second
your...
door.
Yes. It was your own way forward. Your freedom. That's what the key gave you. It opened a new door for you.
All this time, John, you've been protecting me, and I've been entirely unaware.
Yeah.
It's a more powerful gift than I could have imagined or expected.
There are some things you should know.
I imagine there's a great deal of things I should know.
The witch cannot kill me or your father here in this place, Orden.
He's safe?
Yes, that is the reason she commanded you to do so.
But if he'd gone with her in that first moment,
Yes,
he would have perished,
I suspect so.
because he still would have been her servant.
No, because he had left here. In Orden, she
Passing
cannot
into
take.
Feywild.
Yes. In Orden, she cannot take without giving. And had she taken your father's, or my life, it would have cost hers in return.
That's a bargain no Archfey is going to make.
It also helped to manipulate you, to assert control over you, to drag you deeper into the depths of her service. Everything she has told you has been a lie. Your father's absence, your childhood sickness, that sword's power source, even the promised end, Nathaniel Browen, by Lumiere, was all a lie. Every
The only-
word.
The only true thing has been Pios's service. He's elected to stay in pseudo-dragon form forever. He's chosen to stay with me.
John kind of smiles. Yes, he is quite something. I must admit I am fond of him.
I am more than fond.
Yet if that end, a world with you serving Mab, had been what brought you happiness, I would have willingly let you place that key into my chest and remove me from this world, without hesitation, without reserve. I want you to be able to choose the kind of world you want to live in, to consider your own happiness, instead of living in a world where others tell you what to do. They force their wills upon you.
John, I don't want to live in an Orden without you in it, or a Raven Reach without you in it. I can't fathom killing you, quite frankly. And I don't want to.
I guess that's good.
Thankfully, I no longer have to make that choice.
Because back in Darkhaven that night, after we had had tea, as I held your hand and examined your signet ring, I chose to protect you with the very oldest, the very first magic. With love. And I do love you, Locke Verdigris. I love you with every ounce of my being. I love you more than the air I breathe, more than the warmth of a forge, and more than a washed-up priest could put into words. If you had willed it, I would have gladly gotten on my knees and died for you. Happy that it was your choice for once. Happy you had finally been given any choice. Free from anyone's efforts. Free, like your namesake. The little birds in the sky. Free and happy, like Pios in a store racing through the halls of Tyminster Court.
My name was an ironic fancy of my mother's, isn't it? Perhaps it was my father's.
You say you have found someone else that will bestow you power.
The Raven's Blade.
Yeah. I used to think a lot about what I would do. What I would give.
It's a
How
divine
gladly-
magic, isn't it? From
It can
Thormodon?
be. It can be. Oh, from Thormodon, yes.
In a manner of speaking.
Yeah.
Interesting. Serve almost the same master in some respects.
Clerics of Thormodon made that blade. So, perhaps. I used to think about how I would die to save this city. And John points to the glass that you had poured him untouched on the corner of Lady Bia's desk. That I drank away most of my suffering. I guess I wasn't really living before then. But for a few months now, I've been thinking about how much I want to live. How I want to help you protect this city. To safeguard it. To shepherd it. And to fight for it. How I yearn to see it blossom and grow like the flowers in the garden.
Shepherding is your calling, after all. I'm unsurprised that the passion to it has returned to you.
I just hope for a tomorrow when this is all said and done, that you're standing there next to me.
I would very much like to be standing at your side when this is through. My life is better for having you in it.
Thank
Also
you.
would miss you terribly as well, of course.
Yeah, I'd probably miss him too.
I owe him a lot of shiny trinkets now, as you might imagine.
As
I should tell you that the second choice Mab offered me was between her to serve her and discard the blade, or discard the blade and she would withdraw her powers from me. So any hold that she might have is gone. But that was not an easy choice to make.
as you've been having this conversation, there were certain magical properties to the key that you are wearing, Lark, that when you became attuned to it, you became very aware of. Deeply aware of. And as you've been having this conversation, and as each of you has made certain statements of choice, the key has begun to warm, to change. There are parts of understanding of the item that you have.
But it may unlock further in time.
Yes.
And you left time and returned to it.
I did.
It also says... It was also said to you by John that the key will fit 2 doors, will open either, but not both. You can sense the truth of this. Something in the key's magic inherently changes.
Peculiar.
One of the key's abilities will no longer function. The ability that was not stated in its the original moments of accepting it. However, the truth of the fact that John has been protecting you more than you know seems to solidify with the power of the key. and it now confers the benefits of a ring of protection in addition to its other benefits.
Aw, that's a nice symmetry. Very appropriate.
The same benefits that the ring you gave Jean confers to him.
John embraces you as he is telling you this.
Lark returns the embrace and kind of mutters into his shoulder that I wanted to believe that if I tread the path that the Queen laid out for me carefully enough, if I walked that really fine line, then I would be fine. Everything would be fine, and I would be good enough for her and keep her favor and to use it to save Ravenreach. It took a long time and a lot of realization and understanding of my father's story to learn that it wasn't true, and it couldn't be true. She let the dude take his memories, and I couldn't bear it if she took mine too, of our city and our team, and you in particular. That's a fate. That is unfair, too. Beyond thinking about. I'd rather face my own death.
I would prefer you didn't.
Yes, well, you stay alive as well, please. Ravenreach still needs you. And Lark will kind of take a step back.
John
Well,
will not let you go when you say it was a horrible fate. He says, I had a terrible nightmare.
in the dark place.
Yes.
I wonder if it was similar to mine.
I hope not.
Did I slay everyone in your nightmare?
No.
Pretty uncomfortable.
I had killed you. It was awful. And your father. Your father. He was so remorseful. And I let him kill me.
That's what she does, doesn't she? This weaver of nightmares. Who inflicted so many tangles of hurt for Archie for decades. I know it's easier to say than to cut the strings and release the tension, and the tension is certainly there for me as well. I imagine the knots will be there for quite some time, but it's what she does.
Yeah.
That wasn't real, John.
I don't know what's real anymore. This all seems like a dream just to come true. There's gaps in my memory that I can't account for. That
If you
don't
like,
make
I assure you this is quite real. If that would help.
There's about a 10-minute period I can't recall. As we were having the nightmares. Why didn't she kill us? She had all the opportunity in the world.
Perhaps she likes to play with her food. What good is it having all of these powers if you can't use them to lord over someone else? Much like the Duke's fallacy, yes?
No. No.
No.
She killed Maximilian heartlessly and ruthlessly the last time. Why didn't she kill us?
You collected her items, did you not? I didn't get a chance to look through them.
I did.
Any indications?
I haven't looked at them yet.
Hmm.
I just scraped shit into a bag and ran. We were kind of fucking pressed for time.
That we were. Well,
I can go get them if you want to look through them.
we can do that, or we could have a restful afternoon. I mean, Raven Reach isn't going to halt if we take 2 or 3 hours of respite.
Sure. I can think of few things I would like more than to spend an afternoon with you.
A restful one, anyway. Not slogging through some Underdark tunnel.
Sure.
All right. Meet me at Beacon Hill shortly.
I will.
Fiosa will be there. I imagine Astor would like to be as well.
Yeah. Take her with you. She's never been outside Tyminster Court, so,
You might be surprised at that.
maybe.
You two make plans for the afternoon. And in the meantime, Archie, you have been teaching your class. If you're there.
Bon, are you there?
Maybe.
I think he has internet issues.
Gotcha. I don't know.
Sorry, my internet was burning in hell for a second.
John and Lark, I don't know if you saw, but inspiration for each of you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Archie, you've been teaching your class in the meantime.
Yes. I've been kind of educating them on the essentials and then touching up on what may have been brought up in the previous class and how to focus your will and concentration when it is most important, and like the techniques and the intricacies and the sort of
Oh boy.
and although Archie gets very passionate about it at times, they then readjust to say that wait, perhaps not get too carried away about the well.
Oh, Bun, you are broken heart.
Oh, my sweet summer child.
Oh boy.
Bun,
Well,
Bun, you are in internet hell right now. Hello? Hello? Oh, and he's gone.
Okay. Hey,
Technical issues.
is there anything you would like to start?
What'd you say?
Is that, hey Carson, is there anything you would like to start?
Yeah.
I don't want to steal
Just-
all this time, the screen time.
I think after having sort of like read through the reports and gotten like an accurate summation of events that have been taking place over the past few months. Just sort of like slightly surprised at Lark's diligence, where she seemed generally like the less academically inclined of the group during the initial meeting, where she was like, "Oh, everybody else can probably help with research, but me, nope." So it's just still steadily like working his way through the reports and getting a general sense of the layout.
How is this?
Better.
Okay.
We'll see if it maintains that.
We'll see. Yeah. But sorry. Yes, I'm just going through the general like theories and practices and maintenance and everything that is like all the stuff that Archie learned through and kind of is having flashbacks to when they kind of sort of taught Bia and when Bia taught Archie. Yeah.
They listen intently.
I hate to pull away. I will be right back.
Okay.
All good.
They listen intently to your teachings. It is one of the things that strikes you is their youthful eagerness to learn. Especially after the lessons on survivability that they received earlier that day.
Yeah.
They're just so...
I will say that Archie is not wearing that mask
Okay.
this entire time.
I've
I
noticed
think
that
I think they
taken to
introduced
that
themselves. Yeah.
more recently.
Yeah.
As you're teaching them, they are looking through old spell books and copying things down into their own. And you notice Carson has entered the room and has been spending some time poring through Lark's reports.
Yes.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, you continue. Sorry, you had more to say.
I was just gonna say, like, one of the students during that time asks you to show them the somatic components for certain spells. This is one of the students who you had noticed earlier doing it dreadfully wrong when attempting to cast the shield spell earlier that day.
Mm-hmm. I kneel down beside the table or wherever they are. I say it's okay. It is hard to understand with only a still visual reference, and I shall try and replicate it in very slow, easy to understand motions with my own hands, and then like keeping an eye on Carson, and then just just remember that perhaps just in your own time, practice your own gestures and the movement of and how to still apply them when you are afoot and when you are moving around and applying them to um to Master Anders' own survival instructions. Just one moment. I'm right back. And I will move over to Carson.
Okay.
I couldn't help but overhear your conversation, Lucian, about Ricard.
He was he was with me a lot in the early days. Sort of helped me make sense of things, learn the ropes.
Ricard found me when I was first struggling to find myself on the surface. I know his loss must have been hard. And Cartier more so.
Not too easy for you all who had to be there. I know that it probably doesn't feel that way, but you did right by him. The last thing you would have wanted was to come back as one of those bloodsuckers.
I agree. And I pull out the ring. I think he'll get his chance at perhaps taking her down himself. I wouldn't be surprised if he leapt straight into hell just to teach them a thing or two. Anyways, that vampiress, she is what I assume is no more. I wonder now what may have become of, was it Ricard's aunt? Or was it her sister? His sister? I can't remember.
Sister.
Yeah. I wonder what has become of Ricard's sister at this age.
I was looking for a lot of things, but when I first left, I went after the thing that turned her. Couldn't find it, but it's a puzzle box.
A puzzle box?
Obsidian, maybe some iron forged in the house. A devil or a demon made it. And I can't solve the bloody thing. There could be answers inside. It could be salvation for her. And I was hoping that there would be a team here, more than just Lucian. Somebody who could help me figure it out.
I hold his hand. Show me where this is after my lesson.
We should.
We'll figure this out.
You said you can check for when things are cursed.
Indeed, yes. And
that
I can
would be the first step.
Where did you find this?
It doesn't bear going into right now. You just got back from the Underdark. I'm familiar with such places. Deep below the earth, where all manner of things go to hide from the light of day. One such place is where I found the box.
Where
I am.
What did this place look like?
grounded are you in history? If I say to you that something is from the era of the wilderness, that has meaning to you? This place was undisturbed since at least then, pre-imperial. Statuettes there. I think one of them is carved from mammoth bone, if you can believe that. It looks like a tiefling. Maybe one of the first. Trying to scratch out an image of themselves to leave a mark in the world. It wasn't the fiend itself, but minions. Things that it trusted with something precious, and well, I sent them back to the pit. And I took everything they were sworn to protect. And now it's sitting in a luggage chest, waiting to be archived and hopefully turned into a weapon that we can use.
Cousin, no one has found any shred, any clue as to what may have happened or where she may have gone. You've done well. You've done right by him, and he'd be proud.
I learned a lot about fae and fiends and undead, where they lurk, how to track them, find them, kill them. And I learned about myself as well. I don't think I'm quite the same person I was before I left.
In what way?
If I spend enough time avoiding the sunlight, I tend not to tan. I become paler. If such a thing can happen to a humanoid soul, perhaps a little of that occurred. I worry. I worry that I don't worry more. I worry that, well, if Kurt has jumped into the hells to take the fight to them, I would do the same when the time comes. My mother, she very much wanted me to be like her. I can play the lute fairly well, but I don't have her voice. I don't doubt that she's still performing, still the grande dame of the opera of Ravenreach. And I'm the tragic villain of one of her performances. I wonder if my final aria will be as impressive as some of hers are.
It's but that, though. It's a performance. It's a lie. She can't take your truth from you. It's yours to keep. Seems we both have some trauma with our parental figures, particularly our mothers.
Truth. A dark truth. It is in my very blood. There is no getting rid of the stain. And once again, just like a droplet of blood appears at like the tip of the scar on his face, and he reaches up and just like rubs it away.
Are you a James Bond villain?
With an Indiana Jones backstory. All right.
Yes, let's go.
You know what I have found, Carson? Dark truth is much nicer than a bright lie.
On that, I agree with you. So,
Come, you might take your interest in helping or being a part of this lesson I'm giving. Might take your mind off things, and then we shall tend to that puzzle box.
I have very little knack for matters of the arcane. I fear I will just be another student for you. But, certainly.
A welcome student. It's not every day I get to show just how far I've come to other members of the dance that haven't yet met me. But here, I'll get you a seat and I can look over these books for you, as you can look over some of these. Learn together. And that's what I shall do. And I sort of like trace my fingers around the ring of mind shielding. Just looking over these books.
John, before heading to Tyminster or to Beacon Hill, did you want to find Lumiere?
There is a conversation that Lumiere needs to have with Lark before he has a conversation with John.
I see.
At least John would see it that way.
Understood.
I think it was on my list,
Okay.
to be honest.
Then you go find... Then, Lark, do you go find Lumiere before you head over to Time?
Yeah, she would absolutely do that after delivering the latest report, in as much as can be currently completed, and goes to find Lumiere, and asks him if they can have a private moment.
Of course.
I wanted to have this conversation away from prying eyes. I'm not sure if you've sensed a shift in magic or in me.
This is
but
my. This is the first time I've seen you today.
Fair. I did sleep away lazily for a good portion of the morning.
John handled the lessons well this morning.
I'm sure he would, as I'm sure you've managed capably for the past few days as well. I've parted from the Queen. I am no longer in her service. I'm not bereft of powers. You know I bear the Raven's Blade. And...
Wait. How? How did you free yourself from her clutches?
She gave me the first real choice to do so, I suppose.
She gave you a choice.
Yes. I think she was banking on other things having effects on me. She thought she knew the answer she was going to get, and she did not get that one. I'd invoked the protection of the Raven's Blade to conceal myself from Elena Norlov as much as possible and have protections against her magics. When I did that for the second time, Mab halted time and demanded I throw the blade away. Either I would forsake the blade, or she would withdraw my powers from me.
Did she harm you?
No. I don't think so. I mean, there were some curious sensations this morning, but I don't know that was... I'm in the same number of pieces. If that explains anything at all.
I'm sorry. He will grab your hands if you'll let him.
She will.
This is wonderful news. If you are freed from her service, truly freed from her service.
I am. And, the gift you left me when I was a child, I had Archie attempt to extract any curses from it that might be lingering. There was nothing there. So that connection, at least, did not bring her attention on me the first time. I don't know if that's consolation or not.
Perhaps it didn't. I'm sorry if my reaction is not immediately one of being overcome with joy.
It's a carpet tugged from beneath your feet, is it not?
It is.
I mean, the world is reordering.
More than that.
More than that? Why
That
more
she
than
let
that?
you... That she let you go so easily. It worries me.
I do not think her involvement is done.
Nor do
She's invested a lot in this particular tool, both, but John has explained that there are limitations to her power in the mortal realm.
There are.
Do not, under any circumstances, follow her into the Feywild.
I would not. Not now. I have no reason to further. Her leverage over me was you.
Well, she's got less hold now. But fortunately, Piosa has elected to remain with me and has forsaken whatever she had offered before.
You trust him.
With everything. He's as much a part of me as my left hand.
When you rejected her power, I am surprised that she did not lay her hand against you.
I don't know that she could, with the protection invoked by the blade. And John's key. He infused some sort of protection into it. The chain is cold iron. Mind, she is an archfey, so I don't know if such protections are effective in that circumstance. I'm not a scholar. You best ask our new arrival about that one.
I'm no wizard.
But
If that is the case, then my debt to that man grows deeper. It seems with each passing day.
well, he's a fairly safe one to be indebted to, I suppose. As options go.
Safer than Fey Queens, I would say.
And dukes.
Without doubt. Well, then this is something to be celebrated.
I'll let you find your footing first. I'm sure you have work to attend to. Lark will like awkwardly kind of extend her arms for a hug for him anyway.
He will cautiously embrace you. Like embracing something that he is afraid that he will break.
Lark will do like the super polite 2 pat on the back hug thing. She's trying, but clearly it's not terribly natural for her. But
Lumiere steps back. For the first time in decades, a sword does not hang over my head.
that's true. But don't go doing anything supremely reckless. There's still plenty of dangers in Ravenreach.
If you think
Yeah,
I
but,
would, then we should be spending more time having tea together. I suppose you have much to learn about me.
And you have many more blades tricks to show me as well.
I intend to.
Good. But
I'll leave you to it. Thank you for telling me.
yes. And she'll head off to her next appointment, I suppose.
John, Lumiere is going to find you.
Oh no. Oh no.
When the assassin comes after you.
I mean,
yeah, really.
don't.
Target.
Eh.
You can die without him dying now.
Where are you, are you to be found, John?
Probably in my office / my room / where I keep my shit. Like, looking for something like more appropriate to wear, realizing that I am poor and also a priest.
You're looking around like
fuck.
yeah, I just imagine John like pulling things out of a trunk and like holding them against himself, trying to figure out which one is the appropriate thing to wear. When there is a knock and you see Lumiere leaning against the leaning with his shoulder against the door frame to your room.
Shit. You look pleased as punch. What happened?
It would seem the Queen of the Winter Court is not as capable at manipulation as she thinks herself to be.
John simply smiles and says, "No, I think she just finally ran into somebody who was up on her shit." Somebody who was not desperate. And somebody who had decided that enough was enough.
Lumiere.
How did
will-
she manipulate you?
What's that?
John asks Lumiere. How did she manipulate you at first?
To be honest, the details are still fuzzy. The further back I try to think, the harder it is to remember. The Duke's influence and all.
Yeah. We can talk about that later.
I'll tell you one thing. When an assassin from the cesspool that is Grover seeks the hand of a noblewoman, minor as it may be, her house, he is often tempted to do stupid things.
I don't follow.
Young men do foolish things for love.
I do stupid things every day. Nobody's perfect. What are you getting at?
Falling into
You are literally talking past me. Talk to me, not at me.
I can imagine among much younger and more foolhardy me seeking out the powers of a Fey Queen in order to win the hand of someone outside of his station.
Yeah. Well.
I didn't realize that priests of Thormodin needed things hammered into their head.
I wasn't picking up what you were putting down, sorry.
Canonical dad joke.
But again, my memory is fuzzy. I don't remember how exactly she manipulated me.
You know you don't have to stay here anymore. You don't have to be my knight if you don't want to. It's over.
I've spent so much of my life being indebted to someone, I don't think I would know how to operate without it.
Look, you don't owe me a fucking thing. You are like the brother that I do not have any longer. And a friend I hope that I never lose. But you've had your whole life stolen from you. Your whole fucking life.
John,
Have you ever once done something you wanted to do because you wanted to do it?
yes.
It was
And-
Tisha, wasn't it?
The results are the reason why I'm staying here.
I understand.
My life is not bound to yours anymore because of some death pact. But
No, I don't want you to feel indebted to me. There's a difference. You are my equal,
that's
not my
not
servant.
John, that's all well and good. And I do not see myself as your servant. But I do owe you. He points out of the room. The only reason that I am on speaking terms with my daughter and capable of having any kind of relationship with her, and the reason that she is no longer in the clutches of that creature, is standing in this room, and he points down to the floor of the room he's standing in.
I don't think a store's here.
I stay because the things that I want in my life are in this building. And my intention is that when Lady B and Lord Arthur return, I will formally join the Danse Macabre as a member, out of my own volition.
Your powers have been diminished since you left her service, have they not?
I was a man of the blade before I took her power. Something I can refine further.
I believe I have started... Do you know the gods? Really know them?
I know of them.
That's not what I asked you. Do you know the gods?
I have no particular friendship with the gods.
Perhaps you should reflect on this. I do not mean this in a condescending manner. But your redemption, my friend, would not have been possible without them.
While that may be true, not all men are made for the cloth, John.
Max is not a man of the cloth. Yet he labors under the delusion that he serves all of the gods at once. I do not think it would be impossible for you to find respite in one of them. Rather than some totted up witch residing in a hellhole. It will be therapeutic for you.
Perhaps.
You are, in fact, a much better leader than you would let on. Leading by example. Even perhaps sometimes bad ones. Is still leadership. I see the way you treat these students. Angelica is far more dangerous now than she could have been under my tutelage. I would like it very much if you stayed with the dance.
I plan to. As for this notion that I seek the gods, I'm tired of serving things that are more powerful than me.
Then why join the dance? I think it's bigger than both of us.
It's an ideal. It's a purpose. It's not some powerful being who can lord their power over you.
This is true.
I spent years in service to Mab. And then I spent years enforced servitude to the Duke.
Nathaniel. Fuck his title.
To
He's
the
a cunt.
creature that lives in the castle. I've had enough of all that. I'm going to serve myself for a while.
Tell me, what kind of man were you before all of this? Would you say you were a good person?
No. No, I would not. John, have you ever been to Grover?
You're from Grover? Originally.
Originally?
Are changelings common there?
No. Changelings aren't common anywhere. Well,
I was going to offer you a ceremony, a redemptive one.
I spent a
But
lot
if you-
of my younger days in Grover.
I was going to offer you a redemptive ceremony, but it seems as though that may be a foolhardy endeavor. So,
No. Now that I feel a bit more free and safe and at home, I think I'm going to spend a little time not acting like a servant.
go get dinner. Like, proper dinner.
Oh,
Like-
I'm going to.
Sit down in the ballroom and just ask them to just keep bringing you desserts till you can't eat anymore.
I believe Lady Bealey keeps the good stuff in her office.
Look, we gotta talk about that.
What do you mean?
Just, don't drink too much. Told Lark I spent a lot of time drinking my life away.
Oh, I'm not going to be doing that. Drinking my life away. He pats you on the shoulder. You don't have to worry about me right now.
Hey, question. Before you leave,
Yes.
if you were, if you had somebody there at your mercy in your formative days, why wouldn't you kill him?
Because I needed them for something else.
That's
Or
what I was
because
afraid.
I wanted to torture them. One or the other.
That's what I was afraid of. Hang on a sec.
All right.
You had said that you have gaps where you can't remember things.
Things get fuzzy.
What does that feel like? Where things kind of just trail off, or there's just an abrupt end?
Sometimes it's like
There is a wall of my life for about 10 minutes that I cannot remember.
yes. Sometimes it's like that. When are you... What?
When we were in the Underdark, the Bloodsucker, the Tick, the woman that we were sent to kill. We entered her domain, and there's about a 10-minute gap where I can't figure out what the fuck happened.
That's concerning.
Yeah. I don't think anybody else on the team realizes it.
How concerning it is?
No, that the time passed at all.
How did you figure out that it happened?
I was concentrating on a spell. And so was Max. And they're both spells that I know. I was concentrating on a spell called Spirit Guardians. It's the one that shows you the images of all of you. It lasts a minute. But Max was concentrating on a spell that lasts for almost 10 minutes. I haven't seen Max all day. Have you seen him?
No.
Fuck. Can you do me something as a friend? It's a favor.
Of course.
Find Max.
All right.
If he's just sleeping, don't wake him up. Do not let him leave Tyminster Court.
As you say.
Perhaps it would be best if you asked him to put armor on. Friendly sparring match or something, I don't know. Don't kill him. Just keep him busy.
I don't think that's hard to do.
I don't know. Something to that effect.
I'll take care
But
of
yeah, the time loss was basically imperceptible.
it. Can I
I think to everybody but me.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
Are there conditions under which you would simply cease to concentrate on such spells?
Yes. Incapacitation. But for me, that would be unlikely. I have a very high level of mental fortitude. Especially when standing near Maximilian. As fucking crazy as that seems. I defied the woman who keeps a domain down there so badly that I saw through her bullshit immediately. I can't fathom why I can't remember these 10 minutes. I was beset with a nightmare, but the nightmare did not last 10 minutes.
Sometimes, in places that are corrupted, I've been to the Winter Court but once, John. And when there, things work in the way that... Things work in accordance to Mab's will.
I understand.
That's all I can say. But things that you would not think are possible become possible.
I understand. Just trying to wrap my brain around it. The second was much more brief. But I suspect it is when the witch herself showed up. I saw Piosa fly past me, and then suddenly he was behind me again.
These things are beyond my depth.
I study magic as a cleric of both the divine and arcane, and they are beyond mine. I was merely asking for your experience.
There are gaps in my memory, but they are, I think, due to being not myself for years.
I'm just thankful that I hope this is all over with the witch.
I hope so. But
She'll send someone someday.
Yes. She is vengeful and she is patient.
Then I will have to hope that I am just as clever then as I was, or as clever in the future as I was then.
I hope so. John, I'm going to enjoy a meal. And a drink.
And a drink. Or 12.
I'll probably drink away each year of service I had to the Queen.
Best of luck with that. Do you want me to have somebody keep an eye on you?
I'll be alright. Besides,
Hildy has the day off, so
you've asked a favor of me. I'll find Max, and perhaps he can keep an eye on me. I'll charge him with babysitting.
somehow I find that absolutely repulsive and the most appealing thing on the world.
He probably knows what it... Never mind. He nods to you and walks out of the room. I do want to kind of start wrapping up this session.
Good.
However, I think it's important that the items found with Alina, or Alina's things.
Oh, I was going to go through them with Lumiere, but then I was like, I don't want to do this before my date with Lark. That's awful. So I was like, I'll put it on the back burner.
Don't do it. Don't do... That is not something you want to go through with Lumiere. You probably want to go through that with the other PCs.
It's a metagame decision, but I will...
Yes.
Before we leave for our date, which is about to get ruined.
Nah. Why don't you go on the date first, and we can reveal that stuff when Maximilian is here as well.
That's what I was getting at.
Okay. Then you head to Tyminster Court, and Archie spends a little... Or to Beacon Hill, where Lark plans to meet you. And Archie spends some time teaching a bunch of...
Teenagers.
Teeny boppers. The intricacies of the beginning forms of magic. And we'll pick this up hopefully in a couple of weeks. I haven't gotten my next schedule yet, so I'm not sure. However, I will tell you that my general manager knows that I prefer to open on Wednesdays, so we may be playing the dance more frequently than not. And if I open Then I get out of work by 7:30, 7:45 Eastern Time, which means we can probably start playing closer to 8 p.m. Eastern than 9 p.m. Eastern. With that being said, this has been the Danse Macabre. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you for joining.
David, thank you for joining the group. I hope you had fun tonight.
Incredible stuff, David. And
Yeah, let's start with
I'm so happy we
accolades.
have.
Let's start with accolades for the newest member of the team.
Yeah, I do have. Wait, I just remember the freaking background. What does
that's
that say?
fantastic.
That's ridiculous.
How this game is so damn edgy.
There's a way to get
Okay.
it to reverse it so it'll actually come through properly, but oh well.
No, you're coming through correct. XSplit reverses you for you,
Okay.
so you look fine.
All right.
I go ahead of real quick. I'm so sorry I can't give
I know you-
accolades.
I know you do. Bun has to get going. But Bun,
I super enjoyed Bun's growth and transformation and stepping into the teaching role. Archie, level
Yeah.
up.
Archie character
My quick
level up.
version.
Not class level up, character level.
And I
But,
enjoyed the Lark check-in conversation with Archie. See where
Yeah,
his
yeah.
head's at after.
hopefully, Archie, hopefully, Bun, your connection will be better the next time we play.
Oh yeah, hopefully. But also I think I really enjoyed all the amazing. Really enjoyed the line delivery that Pat had with some of his like conversations. Felt so raw, and just Mark feeling that like I know this is weird, but Mark feels like a new fresh person in a weird way. Is that weird to say? Not like a new character, but like it feels liberated, and it feels good.
Oh, well, that's pretty accurate.
Yeah. But yeah, wonderful to play again, and I'll see you all next week.
See you, Bun.
Or no, whenever we play next.
When we play next. We won't be playing next week, but we will be playing hopefully in 2 weeks.
Yes. See ya.
See you, Bun.
See you, bud.
Luckily, I'm
Right.
the only one who shifts when Bun has to bail. So,
Sweet.
All right, David. Everybody, I frequently say like you get a mulligan on your character when they first hit the table, right? Like, so favorite character moments for Carson? Yeah, no, yeah.
Like I said, it's just funny to me that I came in with the full intention of like I don't want to play a super edgy character, and then it just happened anyway.
Welcome to the dance.
Just a blood hunter, and I'm like, how do I explain that I have all of these powers without being an edgelord?
You don't.
yeah. And then you just embraced it. Then you just
Sometimes
embraced it so hard.
subverting the trope is just embracing the trope.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how else to put that. Like,
Just in terms of like the visceral reaction it got at the table, asking Lucian what happened to Kurt. That was fun.
no. You have to understand. I'm just like, who's Kurt? I came into the dance after he was already dead.
Yep. Yep, just Bun and me.
Maximilian would
Yeah.
know too.
Yeah, that's true.
I really enjoyed the bleeding scar. Like, it's so edgy.
I also
I'm just envisioning the Bond villain from Casino Royale where he lets out like a single bloody tear whenever he's like emotional or whatever, and I just imagine David's like bearded half elf being like, "Oh, Mr. Bond, you have made a criminal mistake."
Again, it was mostly more just mechanically when you use your rights, you have to like take damage and bleed, and it's like, okay, I don't want to have to cut myself. I don't want to lean into that imagery. So how do I make sense of it? And then I found art that I liked the character with a scar, and I'm just like, oh, okay, so it's like the scar just reopens. It's literally like an old wound that hasn't
clever.
healed. Metaphor.
Yep, I was getting ready to say that. Is your character going to have a fall, like a really long one, right in the middle of the second act? maybe from a waterfall, like a literal, not like a metaphorical fall, like a literal fall, so that the
Yeah.
audience really understands what's going on.
I know. I considered gloves of climbing and swimming, which would have made that a lot easier to pull off, but I didn't take them in the end.
Can still contract the Emberglows for that one.
I don't know. Imagine you're fighting like this guy with a really novel name, like Deathbringer or I don't know, Killmonger, on top of like a huge waterfall, right?
my
like,
I super enjoyed your descriptions of all the artifacts and books and like the promise of what is kind of in those, and your characters immediately like, okay, how can I be helpful? What can I do? What can I do here? Like hitting the ground running and that aspect of the personality really coming out. So it's gonna be interesting. Already interesting. But
yeah, big interesting.
going to continue to be interesting. Is there?
What?
Go ahead.
Oh, I was.
Anything else, David?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. Any other favorite Carson moments from tonight?
I think my favorite Carson moment is looking over his character sheet and realizing this motherfucker is never going to fail a saving throw unless it's charisma.
Yeah.
Especially if he's within arm's reach or whip's reach of Maximilian, I guess. That's the phrasing I'm going to go with for this description.
You're gonna launch another ship for Dio there.
But yeah, like Jesus, 2 great items with awesome storytelling options, a boatload of fucking languages, like, and he's carrying 1,081.9 pounds.
Yeah, it thinks I'm carrying the carriage and all the chests around with me.
That's
I
really
can't get the sheet to tell it that. No, I'm not carrying a carriage on my back everywhere I go.
Brings a whole new meaning to putting the team on the back, right? Like, as always, I've appreciated the shit out of David's role-playing ability. I mentioned, you get a mulligan whenever the character hits the table or whatever, but I feel like this one's going to work out. He's going to develop in unique ways or things, but I'm excited. I'm definitely excited.
Me too.
Lots of fun mysteries to unravel.
So which half of the Lark John pairing do I get to gush over first?
Whatever one you want. Let's go with let's go with John.
Just for John specifically, what I like is more the level of like attention and almost paranoia that's present in the character, where he has like come out the other side and everybody else is in this very much like checking in, like, how's everybody doing emotionally after we survived this ordeal? And John's like, wait, hold on.
Is the ordeal?
Did we survive the ordeal? Something seems wrong here. Like, I don't know. I've got a gap in my memory. Are we sure that? So, like, yeah, that level of just like, again, not quite paranoia, but like, it's not paranoia if they're really out to get you. It's the sort of caution and vigilance in the character, how aware he is of the threats that the party are up against. And so I just think that's, again, because it was just subtle. It's just that in the conversations he's having with people and the concerns that he's bringing up, just this sense of like something isn't quite adding up here, and I can't like rest easy until I know what the problem is.
Just remember, just because you're paranoid doesn't mean there's not an invisible demon waiting to rip your face off in the corner.
Yep.
Pat, favorite John moment?
I really, really enjoyed getting to tell Lumiere, "Bitch, you free! You free! You can do whatever you want! You're not my
got to do
knight
a lot of that
anymore!"
this session.
Like the amount of catharsis and just being like, "Yo, like you're not my knight anymore." Like, I'm not dismissing you. Like, you literally just don't have to do this anymore. It's over. We won. Like,
It's not GTFO. It's just you can if you want to.
Yeah, you're free to leave. Like, bro, it's 5 o'clock. Like, we're throwing a party after work, but you can leave. You can go home if you want. Like, I also enjoyed confessing to Lark, like, I love you. Like, it is not like, I knew in Darkhaven the risks, and I did it anyway. Like, that level of, like, I'm sorry, I am just in love with you, and I cannot. There is nothing that I can do. If you had wanted to kill me, I would have literally let you do so. And I think Mark can confirm one of the first things I said is, "Oh yeah, if Scarlet tries to use the key, I'm letting her kill John. You understand this, right?" Like,
Yep.
John is going to get on his knees and he's going to make sure Mab is there to watch, because this bitch ain't never had a servant this faithful. Like,
Yep.
Accurate. Yeah, I also really enjoyed the confession scene. I think you did a really great job acting with it. And lots of revelations that you've been working hard for a long time to work towards, like the protection aspect of the key, which I
the
was
other
not aware
one,
of until
the other one was like, "Oh no. You just always get a +1 to hit and do more damage with everything you do when you're trying to kill Mab's enemies."
Well, the fact that the key was protecting Lark all that time, like
Yeah.
that was new. That was new information for
Yep.
me as a player and Lark as a character, right?
Yep.
Yeah, but yeah, okay, you stabbed someone who loved you in the heart, so you're just extra vicious now. Like, that would be a pretty terrifying alternate option.
Mm-hmm.
Also, just don't want to skim over your survivability training, but super enjoyed the narration of that and the details of how that worked out as far as doing what you can to keep the trainees alive. Like, Lark's given them a lot of good basics, but expanding their skill set and
Yeah, like, it's fencing, right? Fencing isn't real fighting, it's a simulation of fighting.
well, some of it's other blades too. Like, she's not just
Sure.
using fencing blades, but like if you're
Okay.
starting from zero, you gotta
It's
yeah.
a simulation of fighting. Now it's like, okay, this is a simulation of fighting. Now that you have the basics down, let's actually try fighting each other for a little bit. It's part of that like Taoism, right? Where like yin and yang, right? Like, there is the light and the darkness, right? But inside the light and the darkness, right, the light has a little bit of darkness inside of it, and the dark has a little bit of light inside of it, right? And it's that understanding that's like, look,
discipline versus progression to ferocity, like
right,
actual
like,
battle feelings.
you say you want to fight the forces of darkness, then you need to confront the darkness inside you need to channel the darkness inside yourself in order to make it. You need to fight like they would, basically. Otherwise, you will never know the depths of their depravity. Like, and trying to get these trainees to be like, "Oh yeah, that caster, Yeah, he can't counterspell me. I know this. He can't counterspell me if he can't see me. So I'll just banish his fighter and we'll all club this fool to death. Like,
Yep. Yep.
so, yeah.
Yeah. Scarlet, favorite Lark moment?
My favorite Piosa moment is Piosa sitting outside Max's door, yowling at him, trying to get him up,
Fair.
like an annoying cat. I very much enjoyed that image. Favorite Lark moment? Tricky. Probably telling Lumiere, telling Lumiere that she's finished with Mab and the kind of progression of the relationship there between them. And also being more honest with John about her feelings as well. So lots of big Lark moments today.
I agree.
And just spilling out a whole whack of overwhelming information to Carson. It's like, welcome back to the dance. Here's a whole bunch of shit that we're dealing with right now.
It's like
And,
your secretary when you get those notes and it says, while you were out, and it's just books and books and books of all the horrible shit that has happened in Ravenreach.
And the Queen of Winter might hate us now.
Just go with the
As
Buffy
of last
quote.
night.
It's Riley when Riley finds out that Buffy's the Slayer, and it's just him having that quote of like, I suddenly have to know what the plural of apocalypse is.
Apocalypse?
Well, you only need one. So we just have to prevent the next one, and then the one after that, and then the one after that. Right?
That's it. That's what I gotta do.
If the Dark and Hungry God crew do their job, that's one less we have to worry about.
But just, yeah. I really, like I said,
So you realize
John
what go ahead. Sorry, I cut you off.
John had a lot of this concern about, like, is the situation really over? Whereas Locke was sort of, like, more, like, I don't fully necessarily understand the implications of what happened and why I suddenly have a sword that's my patron now, but, like, it worked out, I guess. And that she was very focused on, like, tending to the were-rats, checking in that Archie was doing okay, checking in that John was doing okay, checking in with, like, Lumiere. There were a lot of these, like, moments that demonstrated that Lark is, like, a very tender, caring person, even though she sort of puts on this mask of, like, professionalism and stoicism going about her day. Just, like, the fact that she's concerned about, like, is Piosa going to be trapped as a pseudo-dragon now? Is that a sacrifice that he's made for my sake? That is something that, you know, like, he should have the freedom to take any other form that he wants, and that Piosa is getting to, like, affirm and reavow to Lark, like, no, I'm ride or die for you.
Gotta love the familiar.
Hell yeah.
He will get many shinies in the near future.
And again, it was just the moment with, like, Lumiere. I loved, like, the exquisite awkwardness of their dynamic and how well actually, like, Lark is slowly growing more comfortable, like, thinking of him as her father and having, like, that very sort of father-daughter relationship, because it's awkward because he hasn't been there for most of her life.
Mm-hmm.
But that she explained, like, the present that you sent to me, I had Archie check it. It bears no trace of Mab's power. Like, I can't say for sure that she didn't find me because of you, but you can know at least it wasn't that specifically. So just this urge to try to patch things over and make things right and care about, like, his emotional well-being. It's just, again, Lark's such a good person.
Well, she certainly started off her relationship with Lumiere being like, I don't care if he was under the Duke's spell. He could die. Fuck him. And now it's much different than that.
You're welcome? One chance casting of a spell that I was like, everybody in this room needs to calm the fuck down. Oh shit, wait, that did something I was not prepared for.
Lark was like, I'm don't know how to handle
I
this.
also-
You
I
can
also
handle
find-
this. I'm gonna
I
leave.
also find it hilarious that Lark has the highest charisma saving throw, and the only 2 times I have cast Calm Emotions, she has failed both times.
Yep.
There is a
Sometimes
story.
the dice have the
have
story,
a story
for us.
to be told.
Yeah, the dice have the story a lot of the times. Trust the damn process. Oh, God. I don't know if I have a favorite DM moment tonight. I sat back a lot. I felt a little off.
It's okay.
It's been a week.
I loved the interaction between Carson and Lucian in how much it helps to make Carson feel like a part of this setting. That like, yeah, no, he's always been here, just in the background. The fact that he's got like people there like that he does know, and it was just that moment of like looking across at Archie teaching a table full of literal children, and just feeling like, man, we're old, and these kids don't know how bad things are gonna get.
There were lots of really good Lumiere moments tonight too, with both John and Lark.
Yeah, I agree. Lumiere had
Yep.
a little spotlight tonight as far as the NPCs went.
I will never not approve of people smack talking Grover.
Yeah, gotta smack talk Grover as much as possible because Jesus, Grover is a cesspool. The only good thing to come out of Grover are the jokes.
Are they a
So
noble
it's
house?
basically New Jersey?
or-
What's that?
So it's basically New Jersey?
Thanks. I'm from New Jersey.
I know.
Does this mean Lumiere's from New Jersey?
No, but all the
I say that
halflings are from
affectionately.
fucking Jersey. Every tall fellow. We're all from Jersey.
They work in construction or waste management. Whole family.
Me, my 7 siblings, and my 68 cousins.
I mean, to be fair, Gerd Iron Oak was a Cooper, and if the Help Wanted campaign have taught us anything, that's like a form of waste management, is producing barrels.
Yes, Gerd Iron Oak made barrels, and Help Wanted is busy filling them with corpses. As a reminder, you guys wanted Theo to get a bag of holding to store skeletons in, and they had a bag of holding and literally turned it into a barrel of holding in order to hold all of Tellus's skeletons. He literally has a barrel full of monkeys style skeleton chain that falls out of it.
You stole our idea.
It's a pretty standard idea for necromancers. Like,
Fair enough.
having a bag filled with skeletons is par for the course.
Logical.
This way you can transport them around and have them at need without them getting, like, constantly being dragged behind the party.
I will repeat the joke that I have made before, and that's that skeletons prize clown bodies especially highly because then they retain the skill set of being able to squeeze a bunch of them into a really tiny space.
Well, guys, I ain't fly. It's been a long-ass day. So, we're gonna get going. Thanks for watching. Thank you guys for playing. We'll probably set up a raid. We'll see y'all later.